salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta terbaik di Indonesia, mengembangkan nilai-nilai integritas, profesionalisme, dan entrepreneurship. Lulusan Untar unggul berjiwa entrepreneur. Kalian ingin sukses? Mari bergabung bersama menjadi Untarian. Klik go.untar.ac.id, pendaftaran online dan real time. Menyediakan beasiswa penyelenggaraan pendidikan dan mahasiswa berprestasi. Untar untuk Indonesia, Untar selalu di hati.
Mengantar langkah kecil menuju impian besar yang menjadi kenyataan. 8 fakultas di Universitas Tarumanegara siap mendukung spirit memenangkan masa depan yang semakin ketat. We build today to win the future. Kini, Untar didukung lebih dari 1.000 dosen berkualitas yang turut membentuk pembangunan karakter positif atau Untarian. Menghasilkan generasi pemimpin yang berintegritas, profesional, dan berjiwa wirausaha adalah komitmen kami. The future is yours to define. Universitas Tarumanegara.
Bali, pulau bagi 1000 pura, tanah suci umat Hindu, tempat untuk membasuh diri, menemukan kembali ketenangan dan kedamaian hati.
Give a big applause once again for our students that perform Kembang Topeng traditional dance from Betawi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Universitas Tarumanegara with excellent accreditation and with integrity, professionalism, and entrepreneurship values. Good morning, all of you in a Zoom connection. How are you? Welcome to the International Conference on Applied Science, Technology, and Engineering with the Infrastructure for Resiliency, preparing the applied science, technology, and engineering to face future challenges. And also the International Conference on Economics, Business, Social, and Humanities, with them exploring the intersection on culture, humanities, and business, navigating diversity, creativity, and innovation, April 12, 2023. Warmest greetings from Jakarta. I do hope everyone is in good health and safety, and we are very grateful to have all of you, even though we still meet online, some of you. My name is Paula. My pleasure to be hosting today's agenda. This conference is organized by Universitas Tarumanegara, Jakarta, Indonesia, and sponsored by Tarsan Photo. We would like to express our deepest gratitude and appreciation for all presenters, participants from USA, Canada, UK, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Philippines, Malaysia, and also Indonesia. And all committee, thank you for your hard work. Our honorable guest, our speaker, Professor Dr. Yunis Miguel Aklan from University of Philippines. Professor Tavio STMT PhD from Institut Teknologi 10 November Surabaya. Timothy Isefler PhD from University of Hawaii, good morning. And Dr. Pamela Sefer from University of Hawaii, good morning. And our moderator, Didi Widya Utama STMT PhD from Universitas Tarumanegara, good morning. And all presenters and participants, and also Professor Dr. Insinyur Agustinus Purnairawan, MT, MM, IPU SNN, Rektor Universitas Tarumanegara, Dr. Rasji SHMH as a Vice Rector of Academic Fair, Associate Professor Insinyur Yapci Beng PhD, Director of the Institute of Research and Community Engagement Universitas Tarumanegara, Dr. Miharni as a Committee Chair, and all Director, Deans, faculty members, and students. Ladies and gentlemen, let us sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and continue with Tarumanegara Mars. Before starting this event, we invite you to stand up, please.
Indonesia
Thank you, and please be seated. First of all, we were going to hear our committee chair to deliver her report, and I would like to invite Dr. Miharni. Please come forward.
Thank you, Ibu Paula. Dear honorable guest and esteemed scholar, I am pleased to present the report of the International Conference on Applied Science, Technology and Engineering, ICASTE, and the International Conference on Social Science, Business and Humanities, ICEBSH, organized by the Research and Community Engagement Institute UNTAR. This year's conference are still in hybrid format, allowing us to communicate without restriction even after the pandemic. Our ICASTE conference with the theme Infrastructure for Resiliency, Preparing the Applied Science, Technology and Engineering to Face Future Challenges, aim to discuss the latest innovations and ideas that can help our society become more resilient to the future challenges. We received over 100 paper submissions from Indonesia, Australia, India, Japan, Malaysia, and USA. The ICEBSH conference, exploring the intersection of culture, humanities, and business, navigating diversity, creativity, and innovation, aim to investigate the impact of culture and humanities on business. This conference received over 150 paper submissions from Indonesia, New Zealand, United Kingdom, Canada, Malaysia, Taiwan, and Kenya. The papers submitted were being double-blinded reviewed by the ICASTE Scientific Committee, consisting more than 30 reviewers from 16 different academic institutions and 7 countries: Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, India, Macau, China, and the Philippines. All accepted papers will be published in the International Journal of Social Science and Humanities and International Journal of Application on Economic and Business for the ICEBSH submission. For ICASTE, the accepted papers will be published in the International Journal of Applied Science, Technology, and Engineering. Our keynote speakers, Professor Tavio from ITS and Professor Yunis Miguel Aklan for the Adventist University of the Philippines, graced us with their no valuable insight and expertise on the conference themes. We also had the privilege of hearing our invited speaker, Professor Timothy E. Seffler and Professor Pamela Seffler from the University of Hawaii, who provided a broader perspective on their fields. We sincerely thank our keynote and invited speaker for sharing their knowledge and expertise. We are deeply grateful to the Tarumanagara Foundation, Pak Aryawan, and Director of Universitas Tarumanagara, Prof. Agustinus Pura Irawan, for their invaluable support. We also thank the Director of Research and Community Engagement Institute, Pak Yap Jipeng, and the Steering Committee for their priceless support. I truly appreciate and thank the organizing committee hard work in ensuring the success of these conferences. Lastly, we thank the MC, presenters, the moderators, Pak Didi Widya Utama, PhD, participants, and students for their enthusiastic participation. Your valuable insights and contribution will enhance our understanding and provide new ideas and perspectives. In closing, I would like to end the quote to capture the essence of the conferences. Science and technology are essential tools for human advancement, but the creativity and diversity of the human mind will truly drive us forward. Thank you and have a fruitful conference. Thank you, Bu Paula.
Thank you, Dr. Miharni. And as a welcoming speech will be delivered by Associate Professor Insinyur Yap Chibeng, PhD, Director of the Institute of Research and Community Engagement. Please welcome.
Good morning and greetings to our distinguished speakers, guests, and participants. To our distinguished speaker, Professor Eunice from Philippines, Professor Tavio from Institute Teknologi 10 November Surabaya, and our distinguished invited speaker, Professor Timothy from University of Hawaii, and Professor Pamela from University of Hawaii. Also, I would like to greet our rector, Professor Agustinus, our vice rector, Dr. Rashji. Welcome to the third International Conference on Applied Science, Technology, and Engineering 2023, an International Conference on Economics, Business, Socials, and Humanities 2023. For the past 3 years, we have been experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic and the post-COVID-19 recovery period. Therefore, the topics of this conference align to the infrastructure for resiliency related to the applied science, technology, and engineering to face the future challenges. Furthermore, this condition has forced us to quickly adapt to inevitable changes in the world. The topic of this conference focuses on exploring the intersections of culture, humanities, business, collaborating in diversity to enhance the creativity and innovations. The conference is intended to be an exchange and dissemination activity for academics. From last year, we are able to facilitate collaboration in engineering, in engaging the new opportunity to our academics and society development. We would like to thank and appreciate Professor Tavia from Indonesia as the keynote speaker for ICASTE, and Professor Eunice from Philippines as the keynote speaker for ICEBSH, and we are very grateful that we have an invited speaker, Professor Timothy and Professor Pamela from University of Hawaii. Again, we thank all the participants and encourage the willingness of all participants to collaborate with each other. In conclusions, allow me to thank the Tarumanagara Foundation, also the chair of foundation, Dr. Aryawan, rector and faculties member of the Universitas Tarumanagara for all the support for this conference. We also thank the committee of this conference, especially to Dr. Miharni and colleagues who have worked hard to ensure the success of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Yap Chibeng. And now, finally, we have Professor Dr. Insinyur Agustinus Purnairawan, MT IPU Asian Eng, to deliver some words and opening this conference officially.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased to address the International Conference on Applied Science, Technology and Engineering, ICASTE, and International Conference on Economic, Business, Social and Humanities, ICEBSH 2023. Although the pandemic is over, this year conference are still organized in hybrid, so we can keep in touch with each other from another country or region without barrier. I am pleasantly surprised to find the enthusiasm and great interest in joining these events, evidenced by the big number of participants. This is a clear signal that we always had a spirit to continuous improvement for our life. The goals of these events are to provide a forum and facilitate the exchange of knowledge and experience of both practitioners and academicians in their respective field, namely social science, humanities, technology, and engineering, and also great opportunities to discuss how social science and technology can contribute to solve problems in our daily lives post COVID-19 pandemics. I would like to thank Prof. Anis Miguel Clan from Adventist Universities from Philippines, Prof. Tavio, my best friend from Institut Teknologi 10 November Surabaya, Prof. Timothy and Prof. Pamela, my new friends, and keynote speaker and invite speaker in ICASTE and ICEBSH 2023. I would like to thank the Research on Community Engagement Institute of Universitas Tamanegara, Pak Yap, and team, especially the organizing committee for their hard work, dedication, and commitment to make this conference possible. Just before I close my opening remarks, I would like to express my desire for collaboration between my university, Universitas Tamanegara, and other institutions, a range of areas including academic visit, joint teaching program, joint research activities, exchange of academic materials, exchange of undergraduate and graduate students, and any other areas. We are very open to collaboration which could be beneficial for both parties. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to ICASTE and ICEBSH 2023. I'm looking forward to very productive conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Agustinus, and please open the conference officially. And Associate Professor Yap Jibeng, please accompany to hit the gong, and also Dr. Miharni, please come forward to accompany our rector.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, ICASTE and ICEBSH 2023 officially open.
Give a big applause that the conference has been opened officially. And now we are going to have a photo session. I would like to invite all of you to have a photo session. Please come forward, all of you. make a closer. And some of you in front of the For all participants in a Zoom connection, please open your camera. We take a photo session. With Salam Untar is a letter of U. Thank you very much for all of you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the plenary session. For this session, will be divided into two segments, and the topic must be interesting and trending to listen. Yeah. Well, now we are going to the first plenary session. We have two speakers. Professor Dr. Eunice Miguel Aklan from University of Philippines, Professor Tavio STMT PhD from Institut Teknologi 10 November Surabaya, and our moderator, Didi Widya Utama STMT PhD Universitas Tarumanagara. Okay, please welcome Pak Didi to be a moderator for the first plenary session. A short background of Pak Didi. Now he is a lecturer, also as a secretary of Mechanical Engineering Study Program in Universitas Tarumanagara. And his education background, Bachelor from Mechanical Engineering Universitas Tarumanagara, Master from Mechanical Engineering Universitas Indonesia, and Doctor from Mechanical Engineering from Kunsan University, Tainan, Taiwan. Please welcome Pak Didi.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to invite our first keynote speaker from the ICEBSH, Professor Eunice Miguel Aklan, PhD, LPT. I believe she already on the online platform. I would like to read her CV. The education is Doctor of Philosophy in Applied Linguistics, University Utara Malaysia, 2015, and Master of Art in Education, major in Educational Administration, Holy Trinity College in Philippines, 2001, and Bachelor of Arts, major in English, University of Pangasinan, Philippines, 1992. And she also has professional experience, which is Dean, College of Arts and Humanities at Adventist University of the Philippines, 2019 until now. Research consultant, University Research Journal editor, and graduate studies from Faculty of Advent University of the Philippines, 2014 until 2018. Lecturer at University Malaysia Perlis, 2012 until 2014. International Program Coordinator at King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, Bangkok, Thailand, 2005 until 2011. National Accreditator and RQAT member, International Publication Reviewer, and active in the various professional organizations, and licensed professional teacher and experienced educator. And also the last is the curriculum developer and implementer. Please welcome Professor Eunice Miguel Aklan. You can present your paper in the time frame is 20 minutes, and alongside that she present the paper, all of the participants, all of the conference participants could type their question in the chat box in the Zoom platform. Please, committee will provide the link for the question. Please welcome. Thank you. Okay, please wait a moment. Looks like there's technical difficulties inside the platform. Oh, okay. Please welcome, Professor.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Didi Widya Utama, our moderator for this session, our distinguished guests, my fellows invited speakers, Dr. Timothy Schiffler, and Dr. Pamela Scheffler from University of Hawaii. We also have Professor Dr. Tavio from Institute Technology Sipulo, November. And of course, we have our Director of UNPAD, Dr. Agustinus Urna Irawan, Associate Professor Japti Beng, the Director of the Institute of Research and Community Engagement, Universitas Taru Managara, our the chairperson reported earlier of this event, Dr. Miharni, and my dear friend, Dr. Pamela, who is instrumental for me to be here. Thank you for the very active partnership we have with you since 3 years ago. And despite the pandemic we have been experiencing. Until now, we are still having this virtual international conference, but technology has made it possible for us to still have this as an important academic event. Thank you, and a very pleasant morning to all of you. I am happy to be invited as the keynote speaker to this event with this theme. Let me share my PowerPoint. Are you seeing it now? No. May I request? Okay, may I just request the technical officer there to please share my PowerPoint. Or Vine, could you please share my... All right, there you go. Thank you. All right, okay. I love the theme, and I got challenged with this very complex theme, exploring the intersection of culture, humanities, and business, navigating diversity, creativity, and innovation. And this is very timely. And so I titled my talk, Culture-Based Creativity, based on my research, the role of humanities and social sciences toward innovations and economic development. So, please. All right. Now, you might be wondering how these three disciplines in our conference intersect to lead to innovations and economic development. We have social sciences, humanities, and business. And first, let's define each of these areas, and so that we'll be able to dissect our theme to a meaningful result. And how do we define humanities, social sciences? Okay, so humanities, those branches of knowledge that concern themselves with human beings and their culture, or with analytic and critical methods of inquiry derived from an appreciation of human values and of the unique ability of the human spirit to express itself. That's according to Encyclopedia Britannica. And I will be defining further later humanities, but let's try to see what social sciences are. And you will be finding one of the disciplines in here, belonging in here. So for social sciences, we have psychology. It's the very active partnership that we have with UNTAR. The psychology as a discipline, we have been collaborating a lot with UNTAR in terms of psychology. And so this is part of the social sciences. Yeah. Psychology and cognitive sciences, economics and business, education, sociology, law, political science, social and economic geography, media and communications, and other social sciences. What about humanities and the arts? This is my college. Yeah, my college is called College of Arts and Humanities, but then it overlaps with social sciences, because history and psychology are with my college. So history and archaeology, languages and literature, philosophy, ethics and religion, arts, It includes arts, history of arts, performing arts, music, and other humanities. This is according to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development 2015. So that's how they categorize the research strands. So we belong to both social sciences and humanities and the arts. But as you may see in here, economics and business belong to the social sciences, in which we will be dealing with in terms of how cultural creativity will be benefiting the society, or how we will be benefiting from this strand, and particularly with cultural creativity. Move on, Brian. Okay, so now there are interesting definitions here of humanities. So what are the humanities? According to Ransbod, A New History of the Humanities, the source of principles and patterns from antiquity to the present, it is like the notion of time in St. Augustine. If you don't ask, we know, but if you ask, we are left empty-handed. Since the 19th century, the humanities have generally been defined as the disciplines that investigate the expressions of the human mind. Such expressions include language, music, art, literature, theater, and poetry. Thus, philology, linguistics, musicology, art history, literary studies, and theater studies all belong to the realm of the humanities. So I won't be reading all of these, but there is one such response from all of these definitions by Lu 2014. So this is the reaction that I love so much. I am currently a student in a humanities class, and these codes are good perspective. I don't say definition because I feel that the truest defining element of humanities is our internalization and expression of the arts, our creative self. So that is a very meaningful reaction. So when we say humanities, it deals about the internalization and expression of the arts, our creative self. That's where creativity begins. So what about social science? According to Merriam-Webster, it's a branch of science that deals with the institutions and functioning of human society, with interpersonal relationships of individuals as members of the society. So social science is, in its broadest sense, according to the United Kingdom Research and Innovation, the study of society and the manner in which people behave and influence the world around us. So social science tells us about a world beyond our immediate experience and can help explain how our own society works, from the causes of unemployment or what helps economic growth to how and why people vote or what makes people happy. It provides vital information for governments and policymakers, local authorities, non-governmental organizations, and others. So that includes education, as you have seen that social science includes education and business. So they are interrelated, or those are under the social sciences. So moving on. Now, why social science? Because it can help preserve cultural heritage, important for understanding and social benefit. That's according to Richard Curran, distinguished scholar and ambassador at large of Smithsonian Institution. The social sciences, according to him, provide the tools for understanding the social, cultural, and historical context of cultural heritage preservation efforts and the political and economic factors at play in possible intervention scenarios. Now, how do we become, or how do we develop students who are creative, or who will have cultural creativity? please move on, Vine. Okay, so we need these skills to develop these key skills in the humanities and social sciences. So these are, okay, this is what we call in the strand, even in the senior high. We have been developing students to be with the humanities and social sciences, and these are supposed to be the transferable soft skills we need to develop in them. Creativity, resiliency, which was emphasized earlier, to be one a key skill that we need to develop, especially now after pandemic. We were able to be resilient during the pandemic. Now after the pandemic, how are we going to be more resilient, having passed or having overcome the terrible effects, adverse effects of the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. So we need collaboration. This is what we're doing now: collaboration, networking, lifelong learning. That is the research, right? We need to be doing a lot of research, and we need to develop our students to do research as well. So these are the key skills according to Rosmoy of Australia. We need to develop among our students: questioning, researching, analyzing, evaluating, and of course communicating. This is what we do in both humanities and social sciences. We just don't let our students memorize facts. We just don't let them recite some important events, but we need to let them analyze and communicate, evaluate, and let them communicate the results of their questioning, their researching. So we need to develop in them the key skills and transferable or soft skills for them to be able to survive in the very challenging 21st century, especially post-pandemic. And moving on. Now, what is creativity? According to Shao et al., creativity is a key engineer of facilitating social harmony, sustainable human development, technological invention, and scientific revolution, manifested in human activities at different levels, from everyday life to advanced technological industries. To date, there is no consensus-based definition of creativity. However, according to a standard definition, creativity is often perceived as the ability to produce something new, novel, and appropriate or useful. That's why research, questioning skills are really, really important for us to develop among our students creativity, for us to advance our societies. Here, to move on, creativity, a key product of human culture and a tool for enriching culture, has an extremely intimate but complex relationship with culture. In a sense, creativity is inherent to culture. Simply speaking, if culture is the background, then creativity is the object that is likely to become a new background for emerging and forthcoming creativity, or the objects. Nobody can live well and be creative without the involvement of culture. So culture is innate, and it's there, inherent. It is inherent among all of us, among all countries. And here is a very interesting quote from Theodore Levitt, a German-born American economist and a professor at the Harvard Business School. Creativity is thinking up new things. Innovation is doing new things. So creativity is still an abstract thing, right? So it's how we think, but if we do something new, that is innovation. That's the connection between creativity and innovation. So unless we do research, and unless we will be able to say that what we're doing, or establish that what we're doing is novel or new by research, right? It's only by research that we can say or we can establish that what we're doing is really novel, or we're producing something new because we're able to establish what has been done about what we're trying to create. Okay, so what about culture-based creativity? While culture is the general expression of humanity, the expression of its creativity, and it is linked to meaning, knowledge, talents, industry, civilization, and values, and is the set distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features of society or social group that encompasses not only art and literature, but lifestyles, ways of living together, value systems, traditions, and beliefs according to UNESCO 2001. Here is how we define culture-based creativity. It stems from art and cultural productions or activities which nurture innovation and going beyond artistic achievements or creative content, feeding broadband networks, computers, and consumer electronic equipment. This culture-based creativity is linked to the ability of people, notably artists, to think imaginatively or metaphorically, to challenge the conventional or going outside the box, right, and to call on the symbolic and effective to communicate. Culture-based creativity has the capacity to break conventions, the usual way of thinking, to allow the development of a new vision, an idea, or a product. The nature of culture-based creativity is closely linked to the nature of artistic contribution as expressed in art or cultural productions. The spontaneous, intuitive, singular, and human nature of cultural creation enriches society, and that drives the economy to advance. That's according to KIA European Affairs 2009. And here is what we need now to see how culture serves as an economic driver. So here, the World Economic Forum 2022 cites that the cultural and creative sectors are increasingly viewed as being drivers of economic growth, especially as a source for job creation. Yes, indeed. And EU or European Union's cultural sector reached 7.36 million in 2021, a slight increase on the pre-pandemic total of 7.35 million, that is 3.7% of the total European Union's workforce. So that is pre-pandemic. Cultural activities can boost health and happiness. Research in Norway showed that doctors at museum visits can reduce anxiety and depression, and this is according to Nick's will of the UK. Now, I'd like to show you this video about this something really interesting that the result of this research has been created a video. Vine, could you please click on that link for the video? The video is right there. I don't know why I'm not able to share. So while Vine is okay. So have you found it, Vine, that Nixwell? The video is right there. It's just a 1-minute video. It's an interesting one because it tells us how doctors advise their patients to visit museums in Norway for them to, side by side, of course, with with the medical drugs that they will be prescribed. They are told, or they are prescribed also to go visit some museums for them to help to improve their their health and well-being. All right? And it's so interesting that museums can play a very important role. That's why for our artists, they have to go on producing some artworks or pieces of arts so that they can also contribute to the well-being of others. All right, so this is it. That's the video. It's a short one. Thank you, Vine, for showing that. And so you see, actually I remember during our exchange student program with UNTAR, one professor discussed about how arts, music can be facilitating healing or how it can improve our well-being and mental health. So especially during the pandemic, when people could not go out during the lockdowns, even just listening to music could be therapeutic to many people. And so it can also be as what I entitled here, culture as economic driver. Of course, how do we link mental health or mental well-being to economy? Healthy people create the major wealth of the society, right? And of course, we are more productive if we are healthier. And you will be, or our societies should continue doing this creativity or creative arts for us to be functional or to serve our people. And how do we sustain all of this cultural wealth? Okay, so for us to drive our economy, culture can also play an important role in making the youth stronger and more democratic, bonding European citizens by providing a sense of identity while contributing to individual well-being, social cohesion, and inclusion. Yes, of course, by having if we dine together with our favorite nasi goreng, for example. We love to go out of AUP to buy our favorite nasi goreng with levels of spiciness. So that's what we get from the Indonesian culture. It is driving economy because we will see how other countries have done that. All right, moving on, Mike.
Professor, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay, all right, thank you. So, the UNESCO has this monitoring of the objectives implementation of this 2005 convention by this UNESCO preservation campaign, and it's now entitled Addressing Culture as a Global Public Good. So moving on, Vine. All right, so this is guided by this framework, monitoring framework of the 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions based on the SDGs, or Sustainable Development Goals by the UN. And I'll move on, Vine. I have 3 minutes left, and my key PowerPoint slides are in there. Okay, so this is produced by the UNESCO Cities, Culture, Creativity. How can we preserve our unique culture amid diversity for business economic advantage? Now, please move on, Vine. All right, so up to 13% of city employment in creative industries in major cities worldwide. So we contribute, okay, or the creative sector is contributing a lot to our economy, and especially if we are intentionally improving and protecting our creative arts. So UNESCO's cultural domains, please move back, Vine. So what are those? Okay, so according to the CCC in UNESCO, we have audiovisual and interactive media, literature and press, performing arts, visual arts and crafts, intangible cultural heritage, which is connected to a lot of tourism activities, design and creative services, heritage and tourism activities, and gastronomy. So gastronomy, just like what I said, Indonesia has a lot of food that tourists would love to go to eat in Indonesia or somewhere else where Indonesian restaurants are available. So, okay, what are these intangible cultural heritage, which I highlighted? Now let's see, because it's so interesting to see the list that Indonesia is one of the major contributors, or in terms of, is leading in the list in terms of the intangible cultural heritage. This is actually very important in the economy of Indonesia, especially, for example, this one, the Indonesian batik. Yeah, of course, the Indonesian batik is making a great industry for Indonesia, and it is, I don't think a tourist would just go home without grabbing or without it. So so it's one of the cultural symbols registered in good safeguarding practices by the UNESCO in 2009. This was started by UNESCO to monitor this intangible cultural heritage, their safekeeping and safeguarding. So it's very interesting that Indonesia was listed to have this good safeguarding practice. And you see, there is also one intangible cultural heritage listed in 2012 to be in need of urgent safeguarding. That is Noken, a multifunctional knotted woven bag, handcraft of the people of Papua. So I don't have time, I cannot show you any more about all of this, but then if you're going to see the list in the United Nations cultural heritage, intangible cultural heritage, among the ASEAN countries, you are leading. The Indonesian society in terms of culture is really, really rich. So, okay, now what about in terms of tourism? So in terms of tourism, if you see these symbols, of course, we will say that these are the symbols of amazing Thailand, right? Now, moving on. And okay, so Thailand's gastronomy is one of the featured or the listed factors why tourists go to Thailand. And gastronomy is defined as the science that studies the connection between food, tradition, and culture of a certain region or area. So you will see a lot of, just like Indonesia, which offers a lot of interesting food, of course, Thailand has street food, especially that farangs. Okay, we call them farangs. Okay, I work in Thailand for 7 years, and so I'm also accustomed to their food, and yeah, of course, I'm very open to all those kinds of food as well. And moving on. Yeah, okay, so cultural creativity, the key driver in Thailand's success in tourism and hospitality industry. So the temples, of course, they preserve their temples and the palaces, historical sites, eco-attractions and cuisines, or gastronomy, right? And the tourism has 13% average growth rate per annum since 2010 and around 15% contribution in GDP, an important growth engine in Thai economy. And yeah, that's the floating market that sells food, and of course the elephant rides. And yeah, if you will see in here, Thailand is consistently listed as one in the top 10 for those with the highest number of visitors or tourists visiting the country. So in 2016, it's number 9, and it went down to number 10 in 2017. And you see, but in terms of the income, so look at the tourism receipts. It's ranked number 4 consistently. So it's gaining $57.5 billion US dollars in 2017. So that's how tourism, and particularly cultural tourism, especially because it's actually the culture that is so interesting, that makes or that is very inviting to many tourists. So. And moving on, I have a few minutes.
I'm so
left.
sorry, Professor, the time is up. Could you speed up
Yeah,
the
time,
presentation?
Okay, the time is up.
Thank
and
you.
Let me just finish this one. Okay, so in this is for 2019, pre-pandemic, so it's still number 8. And then, please move on. Okay, so talking about resiliency, creativity, and innovations in tourism during and after the pandemic, they actually innovated a lot of measures, they made a lot of adjustments to their tourism to suit to the new environment, especially the pandemic that affected their tourism industry. And they have a lot to offer again for post-pandemic. And now, let's learn from, this is another interesting country for us to have a model. Korea's phenomenal cultural economy. Who doesn't know about it? Everyone talks about it, right? South Korea is one of the only countries in the world, if not the only one, that has a dedicated goal to become the world's leading exporter of popular culture. It is a way of Korea to develop its soft power, a popular term coined in 1990 by Harvard political scientist Joseph Nye, referring to the intangible power a country wields through its image rather than through hard force such as military power or economic power. So Hallyu has been a blessing for Korea, its business culture and country image. So over the last 2 decades, South Korea has become very rich and very futuristic. In 1965, Korea's GDP per capita was less than that of Ghana or African countries. Today, South Korea is the world's 12th largest economy, and that is due to its phenomenal cultural economy. And yeah, so we see this one. I'm supposed to show you this very interesting video, but because of I'm running out of time now. So this is the rise of Korean wave. Why the Korean wave is more than BTS or Blackpink. So it has actually contributed dramatically to Korea's economy. It has driven its economy forward. Okay, so let me just wrap up. So the significance of cultural policy, the case of South Korea. So we need a very supportive society and government for us to advance our cultural creativity so that it will become a driver of our economy. And that is actually supported by the United Nations as engendered in its efforts for sustainable development. And so, to end, creativity is seeing what others see and thinking what no one else ever thought is, according to Albert Einstein, and cultural diversity and cultural change are desirable and inevitable. We are cultural animals. Someone without a culture is not human, but the cultures we possess vary enormously. That's cultural diversity. Indeed, the variability over time and space is the great evolutionary advantage of humanity. Instead of changing biologically over millennia, human beings can change culturally over decades, according to Martin. Together, let's move forward to be culturally creative and innovative for ASEAN's growth and development. Maraming salamat po. Terima kasih.
Okay, let's give applause to Professor Eunice Miguel Aklan. Okay, because we have a limited time, we should move forward to the second keynote speaker. Before we proceed to the second keynote speaker, if there is a participant who would like to give a question or maybe like a opinion, you can write down on the link below. We committee has already provided the link for the question for Professor Aklan. Okay, and then let's move forward to the second keynote speaker. Is Professor Tavio, STMT PhD. I also believe that he already in the online platform, Zoom. Okay, I would like to read his CV. He was a Doctor of Philosophy from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He also a lecturer at the Faculty of Civil Engineering, Planning and Geoengineering, Institute Technology, 10 November. And research interests include forensic and retrofitting in civil engineering, analytical, numerical, and experimental modeling. And he also active as a journal editorial board, intern journal reviewer, and a member in the various academic societies. And Professor Tavio also has many awards and honors, and which is Academic Achievement Award Satya Lancana, Karya Satya, 20 years, honor from the President of Republic of Indonesia, 2019. Best Paper Award, the 6th International Conference of Asian Concrete Federation, Seoul, South Korea, on September 2014. And Academic Achievement Award, Satya Lancana Karya Satya, 10 years, honor from the President of Republic of Indonesia on 2008. And also he has a Best Paper Award, Haki Engineering Seminar and Exhibition, Earthquake Resistant Construction in Indonesia, Jakarta, on August 2007. So right now, please welcome Professor Tavio to present his research. Please, Professor Tavio, the floor is yours.
I cannot speak because I cannot unmute myself. Thank you very much. Allow me to share first the Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I also would like to thank President of the university, in this case, Rector of University Tarumanegara, Professor Agustinus, and also the Director of the infrastructure, no, director of the Institute of Research and Community Service, I think. I do not know how to translate it in English, but probably just like that. Dr. Jack, thank you for inviting me as a speaker in these occasions. And I'd like to share the work. Yes, allow me to present what we have been doing in the past decades on the area of reinforcement. And I'd like to inform you that if you have any questions, you can write it down and ask me at the end of the session. And also, I'm very welcome for the criticism and also all of your recommendations, suggestions, because we are sharing knowledge. I would like to listen also the corrections, everything what we have been doing so far in this area, so we can implement this for the safe structures in Indonesia, particularly when related to the seismic considerations, because our country is also one of the vulnerable country in terms of the seismic issue. So we always have this issue in many years, and we would like to see the possibility to have a more sustainable and safer infrastructures in our country. So this is the title that I choose, particularly in terms of rebar. As you know that reinforcing bar, particularly from the steel, has been dominated for the strengthening and also for reinforcing the concrete, because we may not be able to produce a concrete structure without reinforcement. So reinforcement which is from the steel, which is still currently popular to be used in many countries, including Indonesia, need to be further investigated due to the requirement of the seismic. As we know that reinforcement plays a very important role in concrete, but due to the seismic, we will have a problem to make sure that this reinforcement may sustain a high frequency, numerous number of repetitions during the seismic vibrations. So I'd like to share a little bit informations and in the beginning for the introductions, and then at the end I will serve a few experience what we have in the laboratory during the test with all of my students, and the findings, and probably can give you some information that you can relate for those who works in the same area with me, and also provide me more information, and also some comparison and also recommendation what we have been doing so far is in the right way, or needs further more investigation, deeper works in this area to make sure that all the research can be used, and probably one day it can be included in our standards or building codes. The presentation I will limit to only the first part. The second part probably I will drop in this occasion because of the limited time. And to the moderator, please once again terminate my presentation if I present more than 30 minutes, because I think I try to make it short, but some of the slides, because previously the times provided to me is about 1 hour, and then suddenly I realized that I received another email, and then I understand that there are more speakers, that the time should be limited to 30 minutes. So Some slide has not been deleted, so probably more than 30 minutes, but I'll try to make it fast. If you are not clear, then at the end we can continue it in the discussion, or even out of this conference or seminar session. You can either ask me or send me some message which I can reply to. So the focus will be in high performance steel bars, because we know that currently the infrastructure, the structures, the building, including the bridges, all of all of the infrastructure related to the concrete must require the steel bars, and the size is getting bigger and bigger. The length is getting longer, the height is getting taller, and it certainly needs better materials in reinforcement, particularly the steel materials. So the background in this research that I'd like to point out here is that the use of high-strength steel bars, because we know that the high-strength steel bars may provide less numbers, less volume, and even less weight. And in the end, it will give you better accessibility of providing it during the construction on site. So you can see here from the picture, the reinforcement is the requirement currently is getting stricter and stricter. They ask you to provide more reinforcement, which is where you will end up with the very complicated, too many reinforcement, and it will brings you on site and you have a problem or a very significant issue when you want to place the concrete and even to do the compaction to provide better quality of concrete on site. So this congestion with this fabrication of reinforcement will bring you a lot of problem on site. Okay. So we will see many ways to solve this one, but one way is to improve the strength of the steel bars. So in other countries like in the US and also in Japan, they have started much earlier than us. The industry of the steel in the US and also in Japan, they support the research and they come up with many results that has been included in the codes. Later, I would like to overview slightly in the codes. So you will know that because the ACI code particularly, we have adopted this code for many years. And I'd like to show you some information related to the ACI 318 particularly. The number is related to the building code standards for the structural concrete. So we see that if we use high strength of bars, we can reduce the weight, the volume, the numbers from 20 to up to 50%. It depends on how high is the strength of your rebars that you would like to increase. So these rebars will help you to escape from the problem on site, particularly related to the congestions that you will face. I think you know, if you are the construction practitioner or the builders on site, you will understand that the situation that the code always provide from one year to another year, the new edition give you more challenges to install this reinforcement on site. Of course, when you calculate, you can do it very well, but on site you will have this problem because space in the mold or in the formwork may not be able for you to install this reinforcement. Particularly, it will give you more problems during the concreting process. So you will see that if you increase the number, it increase the quality of the steel, increase the strength of the steel, you will reduce the number. When you reduce the number, of course, the labor work will be much lesser. Okay. So you see, I will just show you these two pictures actually to show you how close is the space of the transfer steel on site when you are trying to to meet, to satisfy the requirements of the building codes, particularly related to the seismic requirements. Okay, when you try to obey the code, and you will have the problem on site. So you try to shift sometimes the reinforcement up to make a gap just for concreting purpose, and then you have to, before the concrete dry, you have to move it back. Okay, part by part you have to do this because of the tremmy, I think is the concrete hose. It may not be able to pass through this very narrow space between the transverse rebars on site. And you see that the problem is even worsened by the requirement of the seismic hooks. Okay, the seismic hooks is getting longer and longer, and it can poke inside the concrete core, and so many hooks go inside, and you see that the hooks will hamper you to do the concreting very well, because the coarse aggregate sometimes may not be able to pass through all of these obstacles. You know, I believe this one will be a very challenging situation for the construction, for the constructor to do the casting of the concrete on site. And this one also, you see the reinforcement is so crowded, the congestion probably give you the problem during the concreting, and at the end your concrete quality will be dropped, and you sometimes fail to meet the requirement of the certain specification of the concrete strength which has been defined in your contract. And then if you see this graph which I've been taken from the ASCE 2012 Construction Research Congress, it will would be up to half when the concrete strength is about 5,000 psi, or it's about equivalent to 35 MPa. I think this one is showing you that also the same. So we prefer to use higher strength of rebars. But later I will show you how these rebars can fit the requirement for the seismic. And I would like to summarize actually this one is in terms of strength. Of course, it will increase up to 1.7 when you use 100 KSI, or equivalent to around 700 megapascal, against the 60 KSI, the normal strength of the steel that have been used so far. Even though in Indonesia is sometimes the construction players are very brief actually. Even the code has not been explored this research so much, but we already implement in several buildings. And they said that certain requirement has already been satisfied at the brief. In the US, they still refrain. In Japan, they refrain until the research is done. But here, sometimes people are very brave. They do it first on site without the research, because the research is very costly. If they can do it directly, they will do it directly. But they will use the public as the research in experiments. So we have a problem with this. You have to be very careful. Yeah. And then it will provide you less steel, definitely. Less steel meaning cheaper. Less steel meaning the size of the your structural components will be reduced also. I think architects will love this so much, and you can reduce the size of all of the structural members on site. And then less labor. Less labor cost can be lowered by about around 60%. I think this one is a very good news for the owner, the investor to think about this, because when you increase the strength, doesn't mean sometimes the price, the strength you can increase twice, but the price may not be increased twice. So it will end up with the more economical structural components on site. And then this picture will give you another benefit or advantages is less congestion. Left is the conventional, right is the high strength steel. I will choose the right picture rather than the left one because on site I think it will be easier to cast this one. And also the work will be much faster, definitely, because you need to bend less than this one. This one you need to bend more, and it will take you much longer time to provide all of this reinforcement on site. And then better constructability, because you have a flexibility, less reinforcement, and then you can cut down your construction timeline, and then it can be fabricated also using the traditional bar bending machine that normally contractors on site they already use this kind of machine. And then what is the standard and codes related actually that give us how to say this one is tie us not to go everywhere, because all of these standards you have to understand the standards. Without the standards, the steel product will be illegal actually. So we will also have this SNI, our national standard 2052. Besides all of this ASTM, try to remember the number. And also one important one is the building code requirements, which is we always follow the ACI 318. Recently 19 replaced the 14 edition, but we still not adopt this one yet. But I believe that most of the general consensus between the expert or the engineers in civil engineering or structural engineering, they will agree that the ACI 318 implicitly replaced the previous edition of the ACI. And this is the standard. I make it fast. I think you are familiar with this. Of course, in the area of structural engineering, everybody will already know this. So I just want to skip this very fast, just to remind you that we have all of these codes. And also the ACI 318, we already translated to the Indonesian version because of the ACI allow us and also encourage us to provide the Indonesian version of the 19, because the 14 edition, a lot of mistakes. Okay, so 19 should replace the 14, and 14 edition has been adopted by the SNI. And our SNI has been declared by the ACI a lot of mistakes, so we have to understand that if you use the new one, I think would be better, because ACI already declared that 14 version, 14 edition has a lot of mistakes in it, and so you have to replace the previous edition. So this one is a new edition of the ACI 318 19, building code that has not been adopted with us, but probably in the future also it takes also a matter of time for us to move to the 19 edition. So I'd like to only focus on this second point, the higher rebar grids. Other things probably different times, and we have time. So the table, there is additional table which has changed to the previous one, that is table 20.2.2.4.8, and then you can check from the ACI, and we'll see here there is some changes. The most important changes I will point out here that they allow us to use higher grade of steel bars. Previously for 20, now 550. Okay, and previously for structural 420, now 690. Okay, for spatial, this one for spatial moment frame, which is categorized as a spatial seismic structures. Okay, for the frame 550, walls up to 960. We try to remember that one. And then for the shear also, they increased 560 and 690. I normally choose to say this one is 700 because 690 is a bit difficult to remember. And then stirrups, ties, and hooks changed into 550. Okay, and this one still remain the same. So you can compare actually. If you have the building code, you have to check and then you compare, and which one has been renewed by the new edition of the ACI, the 19 edition. And then for anchor reinforcement, ratio design using strut and tie also some changes. They allow you to use 550 rather than 420 in the previous editions.
Professor, you have 3 minutes
I'd
left.
like to point these important changes actually. For the first, they changed chapter 20.2.2.5. This is for categorize SDZ, is a seismic design categories, because in structural engineering we already agree that we use this SDZ to declare a certain vulnerability of the area in the certain regions. So we would like, we don't say high risk, moderate risk, low risk, no more. We just say seismic design categories A, B, C, D, E, F. So there are 6 categories that we are using right now because we follow the ACI. Okay, so ASTM A706 will play very important role. We always remember later ASTM A706, even though it's not fully adopted by our SNI for baja tulangan beton, SNI 2052, but you can start to use this one also. But I do not know whether the industry already applied this. Yeah. For grade 420, 550, 690 for structural walls, and grade 420 and 550 only, not 690. It's not allowed for the spatial moment frames. And for ASTM 615, grade 420, okay, if 1 to 4 are satisfied. 1 to 3, the same with the previous edition, but there is additional point 4 that I'd like to highlight here. The point 4 is actually for the uniform elongation. Long time ago, they don't use it. They only use for the gauge length of 200 millimeter according to the ASTM A370. And also our SNI also 2052 also follow the same standard with the ASTM A370. I'm sorry, ASTM A370. So now they already the same, and also the ACI adds some requirement. The fourth point show you that the uniform must be as a certain requirements. And I'd like to make it fast. The spacing, when you use higher reinforcement, previously we only have 6 dB, no grid, but now 6 dB only for grade 60. When you use grade 80, it might be decreased to 5 dB. Try to remember this one is for 19 edition. For our SNI 28247 is not there yet, okay, at that time. So for column also the same, okay, it become 8 dB, there is additional 6 dB. Try to remember this one, because why? Because when you use higher strength of rebars, meaning that the stress and the force, the compressive force will be higher, so it will be easily to buckle. Okay, when you use the same diameter, when you use the because of the steel, normally even though the strength is going up, the modulus of elasticity remains at a certain value, so it's not increased. So the possibility to get buckle is even higher. So we ACI try to add this requirement, so it's stricter than the previous one. Okay.
Professor, the time is up.
So this is the ASTM 615 that currently are not suggested actually to be used, if possible, unless that you use until 420. But there is a certain requirement that you have to lengthen the elongation, make the elongation higher to follow the ASTM A706. or you also have to increase the ratio of the stress between the tensile against the yield stress must be minimum 1.25. So you cannot use this ASTM 615 unless you want to use it, but you have to improve the mechanical property by modifying the chemical composition. Okay, and this is a ASTM 706. As you see, it is allowed to be used for seismic purpose. 14, 12, 10. This is a requirement, and 1.25. If you want to use the ASTM carbon steel in ASTM 615, you have to follow this 706 to make sure that the reinforcement can be used for seismic purpose. Yeah, this is the comparison. You see the elevation is the difference is quite a lot actually. So you have to increase from 9 to 14 and so on, depending on the size of the steel bars that you are going to use. And this is the typical stress strain relationship of the steel. Normally we will have this one when you do the test in the laboratory. I'm gonna show you that this one is to remind you to give you the mental picture that the shape of the stress strain is just like that. Okay, and then when you try to get the yield strength, if it's clear with the yield, with the clear obvious yield plateau, meaning that you can directly choose this yield point. But if not, then you can use the offset, either the offset method or the EUL method. Okay, but currently our ACI and also the SNI follow the second method, the B method. This one. Okay.
Professor,
so
the time is up.
If you decided using the different method, actually it will provide you different values. So we will see that this one is normally given, normally in the lab sometimes didn't give this one, and the yield plateau is not too obvious, and many practices are defined because of they do not know what is the actual yield stress. If there's a yield plateau, is clear, no problem. But the dispute comes when you use different methods. You use a 0.2% offset. You use the EUL 0.35%. It will give you different values, totally different values, and it will give you some dispute. So we have to make a consensus which one that we are going to use before the test, because after test we will dispute. Everybody will choose their own value. Okay, so this is I just want to give you the overview of our steel bar code, the standard for the Indonesian standard, and we'll see that we have the special product, but this one is already obsolete. They've been left behind because the ACI introduced 550 and it's not accommodated yet in this standard, so it must be renewed very soon. So we have a 420. It's a special edition for seismic. As you can see, the requirement already there. Yeah, but we don't have the 550 yet. So on site we will have a problem if we don't have the SNI and we use the 550, and that 550 rebar is not certified by the PS or the SNI. So
Professor, the time is up. Could you proceed?
This is a test actually. We are going to bring this one to our test. So we are curious actually about all of these requirements actually, particularly our local products compared with the US product. We didn't get the sponsor from Japan actually at that time. So we would like to compare between the overseas product from Japan, any other countries from Europe, but we only get the support from the US. So we get this MMFX, and also micro alloying, and quenching is the local, we made ourselves. So these three we compare. And also for the benchmark, we use the grade 60 ASTM 8706, which has been supported by the local steel manufacturer in Indonesia. So we compare all of this. You can see that the typical, we show it in this picture. So this is the typical from the test, the stress-strain relationship of all different specifications of steel. And we have this, you can see that the grade 60 has the elongation is much longer than the other. And the MMFX 100 is shorter. and it's lost this the yield plateau. It's not obvious, or even you cannot even find it. The other one you can still find it, even the quenching and tempering method that we are using, and also using the engineer to the microalloying composition to make the mechanical properties better to satisfy the requirement for
Professor
seismic.
Tavio, the time is
So we
up,
have this
Professor.
one. What about the fracture elongation? You see that you already know the fracture elongation is quite different. The first is supposed to grade 60, it's better. Why we need longer elongation? Because in the design, in the modern seismic design of our construction, I believe that all the people who works in the area, we already make a consensus, we agree that we don't want to take all of the earthquake energy, we want to dissipate. So part of it will be resisted by the structure, including this reinforcement. So it's only a small part will be resisted, carried by the reinforcement. The remaining try to dissipate in terms of the deformations. So the deformation will be large. If the deformation is large, rotation.
Professor Tavio, the time is up, Professor. I'm so sorry. Could you
The
jump?
deformation will be large, and then it can
Okay.
survive before the buildings end. The earthquake ends first. Okay, we don't want our building ends before the earthquake ends because of this reinforcement snap. Okay, rupture. Okay, break, and then all the concrete structures falling down, and it will cause you the problem because we will lose a lot of lives. Yes, and then the second one is about the yield plateau. The yield plateau, you can see we enlarge this one, we zoom it in. You can see the difference between this because the microalloying quenching is much better than the MMFX. Even the MMFX has a very higher strength. We don't need the strength, we need the elongation. Right? It's quite different with long time concept. Right now the concept, we want more elongation. We don't care about the strength. But now I care about the strength. But I still have to care about the elongation. That's a problem. Okay, I'm sorry. And then the tensile to the yield strength ratio.
Professor, could you
can
please
see
jump to
here
the
that
conclusion?
60 is much better. We try to fulfill at least 125, the elongation, the ratio at least 1.25. Yeah. And this is a test that we have been doing so far, and you see that the one that missed is only the grid 700, or this one is the grid 100 in PSI, and 700 MPa in megapascal. So this is a test. So the grid 100 is less, grid 80 is still good. That's why we stopped our experimental test for the structural members only for up to 80, just like ACI. We haven't tried the 700. Actually 650 is still good, but we didn't continue also because the steel manufacturer has a problem in producing a large number of this for supporting our research. And this is the cycle. What about the cycle? The cycle play very important role. How many cycles that we are going to get? So this is a cycle. Very good. Okay.
Professor, could you please jump to the conclusion?
No problem. And the buckle at the end, when we try to make a SEM, scanning electronic microscope, to look into it in details, we saw certain cracks located between the radius between the deformed part and also the main part of the rebar. So
Professor Tavio, Professor Tavio,
and this
can you hear me? Professor, could you hear me?
When we do the cyclic test, because cyclic test is that actually you pull with a very high speed, and we will see, you try to simulate the earthquake to see whether the reinforcement which already fulfill all of the ACI requirements with long elongations, everything is good. Well, actually it has a less cyclic is not good also. So we have to be careful with this one. Even though the reinforcement have long elongation, it doesn't guarantee you that it will survive against the high speed, high frequency, high vibrations of the earthquake, because earthquake is a vibration. It's not pulling all the time like the elongation, like what we have been doing so far. No, but
Sorry,
pull-
ma'am.
you that grade 80 and 60 almost the same. Sometimes grade 80 higher, sometimes grade 60 higher, sometimes they almost comparable. So we limit up to grade 80. Just want to see that our reinforcement can be used for seismic purpose or not. This is the test that we are conducting using the grade 5 until 550 or the grade 80. Okay, and this is the test for the beams, and this is the cyclic test for the beam to simulate the earthquake. And you can see here, and this is the column for compression to show the effect of the high steel for confining.
Professor
And this
Tavio,
one is the-
could you hear me? Professor Tavio?
This one is the test for the cyclic test for the column, and this is the result. Okay. And
Sorry,
as you can see here,
Professor Tavio, could you hear me? Yeah, the time is up. I think you need to end the presentation. Okay. Okay, I think you end the presentation.
and this is the requirement for the ACI for 31811, which is changes to the epsilon T change from for the CCL compression control limit change from 0.02 into 0 epsilon dy, and this one change also to accommodate the high strength steel bar in ACI 31819. I just want to show you that the ACI also has the problem. Did you stop it, moderator?
Yeah, the time is out, Professor. So we need to end the presentation. I'm so
cannot
sorry.
hear.
Professor,
Hello?
can you hear me?
I cannot hear.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, Professor, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made
So,
mistake. I turned off the speaker.
oh, yeah. So
Only
the
one
time is up.
question.
So we need to end the presentation. Thank you
Yeah,
very
yeah,
much for the
yeah.
presentation,
So,
Professor.
I just
Yeah.
realized that I turned off the speaker.
Oh,
And
okay.
only so
Yeah.
only one way from me to you. I'm really
Okay,
sorry.
Professor.
I
So-
apologize. I really apologize.
Okay.
For this. Thank you.
Okay, so I will proceed to move forward to the next session. We have on site here, we have two Professor more, which is, I would like to invite to come to the stage, Dr. Pamela Schaeffler and also Timothy E. Schaeffler, PhD. Could you come forward to the stage, please? Sit here with me. Yeah. Yeah, please welcome to the stage. Okay, I would like to read your CV, Dr. Pamela. So, she's a PhD in ecology from the Pennsylvania State University and professor of Geography, Biology, and Environmental Science at the University of Hawaii, Hawaii Community College. And research interests include the habitat of disturbance and resilience, the ecology of introduced species, island ecology, and agroforestry, and the small landholder agriculture system. And conducting research project on the ecology of nature trigona bees used in the smallholder agriculture system as in the 2022 and 2023 US Fulbright Scholar. Okay, please welcome Dr. Pamela. So for the first invited speaker, you can present your material. Just 15 minutes, we have a very tight schedule. Please welcome.
Aloha mai kako and salamat siang. My name is Pamela Scheffler, and I'm going to be speaking today about the intersection of climate change and ecology and the role of technology and engineering in solving some unsolvable problems, so we can go forward. And I also, I misunderstood one language to another, and I misunderstood and thought I was speaking for an hour, so I'm going to flash forward through a lot of slides. But if anyone has any questions, ask me at the end, and I will go back to information that I'm skipping right now. We can go forward on the slide. So my talk facing forward, the role of technology in a warming world. We can move. And a really quick plug for the Fulbright program, which is how I came to be here in Indonesia. And it's also a great opportunity for both scholars and for students to study in the United States. I'm going to go through most of these slides pretty quickly so we can move through. Going on through, there's a lot of opportunities for Indonesians to come to the United States. We can go forward again. A lot of Indonesians have gone to the US with this program. A lot of Americans have come to Indonesia with the same program. We can go forward. And if you're students, it's really great because if you're interested in studying for a master's or a PhD, you get scholarship funding for up to 3 years. And there's an address to get more information, and here's some social media. On the next slide, there's some social media for more information, and you can talk to me for more information. We can move through this more quickly. And I'm here in Indonesia. I'm working with Universitas Udayana in Bali with Professor too many names for me, Chokarda Gede Tirta Ninja, and we began our collaboration when he was a Fulbright scholar in the United States. We can go to the next slide. He had a scholarship to work with Michigan State University, which is where that top arrow is pointing, way up in the north there. And while he was there, I had the good fortune to invite him to come to the University of Hawaii to talk, we can go forward, to the general community and to come be a guest lecturer in the course I teach in environmental science. And from this collaboration, forward, the end result was conversations in 2016 in Hawaii, and 2023 I came to Bali to work with Dr. Tirta. Go forward. And by coming to Bali, I was retracing backwards the path of the original voyagers, the people who peopled the Pacific area. And this migration started in Taiwan, moved down, coming through Indonesia, and then sweeping out across the Pacific, eventually coming up to Hawaii. And we go forward. These connections between Hawaii and the original islands that the voyagers, as the Hawaiians, came through is really obvious in all sorts of ways, both language and culture, and even the plants that we see in these places have similarities, if not exactly the same. The voyagers brought a lot of plants with them as they came through this area. So we see this picture here is taken on my island, not very far from where I live. And it's coconut, it's scaevola, which you have here, and I don't know the Indonesian name for, it's pandanus. We see a lot of similar things. We feel comfortable from one place to another. We can keep going forward. And as islands, as island nations, as island states, we are surrounded by water and maybe somewhat disconnected from big mainland countries and states, but we share a lot of similarities and we have a lot of the same issues that we face. We can go forward, particularly when it comes to climate change. And this graph here is carbon dioxide accumulation in Earth's atmosphere. If you haven't seen it before, it's a little confusing. The little red squiggles are annual measurements of carbon dioxide at Mauna Loa on the Big Island of Hawaii. And you see carbon dioxide levels annually rising every northern winter and dropping every northern summer as we have trees photosynthesizing and stopping photosynthesizing. But in general, that black line up the middle, we are seeing dramatic rises in the amount of carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere. Next slide. And I'll go ahead and hit go on this one. Okay, we'll go, okay. So I think if you click, it'll play. This one's got animation. Yeah, so this animation here starts in 1979 and comes up to the present, but what we see is that clearly carbon dioxide levels in the planet are rising. It's important that carbon dioxide levels are rising because as a greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide is one of the most important contributors to our warming planet. And these issues that come about from the warming are affecting all of us and are going to continue to affect us. We've just now in the graph gotten to the year 2000, and as you can see, the rise in carbon dioxide is quite dramatic. On the lower right, you have the full timeline going back to 1980 when this started. Pretty soon we will go back to the late 50s when we first started measuring carbon dioxide levels. And we're just about up to the current year here. I'll get there soon. I need a fast forward button. Okay, that one ended. And actually, and we know that in addition to carbon dioxide levels rising, that is associated with a very clean correlation with rises in global temperature. So this graph here, the black dots are annual measurements, and the red line is a smoothed line showing the increase in temperature globally. We can go forward. This is, I don't think it doesn't matter where you've been, words climate change are important and known just about everywhere. The International Panel on Climate Change just put out their latest synthesis report last month, and we can go forward. This report, which they put out on a fairly regular basis, has been showing increased urgency in the need to adapt and make changes in the face of our warming planet. We are now quite convinced, that the science is all the way there, that that the temperatures are rising. We are up to 1.1 degrees above our baseline, and at 1.5 degrees warming globally, we are going to start seeing changes that are going to be impossible to stop for thousands of years. We can go forward. These changes are, we can go one slide forward too. These changes are, because they're global, they're going to require global cooperation. And it's a little hard to see here, that maybe you can see. Currently, if you look at where Indonesia is, this is a prediction of the impact of both humidity and temperature on human well-being. And when humidity is high and temperature is high, humans cannot cool down. And this is when we start seeing large numbers of deaths during heat waves. Right now, Indonesia has probably a handful of days that hit that threshold where you start seeing really dramatic human problems. But as we move forward to 1.7 degrees warming, which it looks like we will probably hit, Indonesia is going to start seeing something like 200 days a year in which it is difficult for humans to survive without technology to help cool them down. And at 4 degrees, which is not impossible, every day of the year is going to be too hot for human well-being. So we can go to the next slide. It's really important that we do something, and we need to do it fast. This slide also from the IPCC's latest report, showing different sectors and segments and how they can contribute, and the blue part of the lines on the right on those graphs, those are cheap solutions. So, and the longer the line is, the more carbon we can take out of the atmosphere, thus preventing more global warming. So forward again. My sector, I am an ecologist and an agroforester. My sector takes a lot of carbon. If we look at forestry and agriculture and forest restoration, a lot of carbon can be brought out of the atmosphere, but it's very expensive to do. We can go forward to the next slide. But we know how to do it, and we know how to make these connections that allow both humans and natural ecosystems to be together in the same landscapes. And these are all pictures from Bali or Nusa Penida, where I'm doing my research. And agroforestry, which is the purposeful combining of plants and agriculture, is one method to sequester, stop carbon, and move forward. We can, next slide. Agroforestry can incorporate not just crops can also be animals. So I'm working with native bees, which have the added impact of helping with pollination, so they're helping to produce more trees, more plants, more things that capture carbon. Next slide. And the ways that we can help small farmers use these, and these are native bees that I'm working with, so use native bees that are adapted to the environments here. Next slide. Figuring out ways to make it broader and more attainable is an important step. Next slide. For those of you who are engineers and do applied science, you've got it easier. There's a lot of carbon to be taken out of the atmosphere through technological fixes, especially through the energy sector, and it's a lot cheaper than what we can do with forests. So go ahead. And so I challenge you to find ways. Transportation and energy make up about 3/4 of the carbon produced in the United States and globally. Next slide. And there's lots of ways, big solutions that we have to stop what we're doing and find new solutions to maintain both human comfort and reduce carbon, but also small solutions. This is the project that that Professor Tirta is doing. He is working with, we can go forward, he's working with small producers of livestock to create small biogas production. And so capturing, in this case it's capturing methane, but it's also stopping the production of greenhouse gases. So you're capturing methane at a small farmer scale and turning it into fuels that you are then using. So you're not bringing in brand new carbon greenhouse producers in making your fuels. We can go forward through these slides pretty quickly. Next slide. And so there's a lot of different ways that we can do this. Small steps, making big differences using technology. Next slide. And so, in conclusion, we are island people. We are surrounded by oceans, not by land masses, and these oceans both protect and connect us as island people. The world's oceans right now, we are seeing increasing evidence that global warming, that carbon dioxide production is starting to overwhelm these oceans, so they need our help. They need us to put our technological fixes and our energy into solutions. But it's not impossible, and we're not at a place where where we can't go forward. So last slide. Mahalo nui loa, that is terima kasih banyak in Hawaiian. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them during breaks and later in the day. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. We all know that we are living in the getting warm. So we have to concern about this topic. Okay, for the participant who wants to asking question can write down on the Zoom. In the Zoom, we already provided the link, and then at the end of the session, we will discuss with all of those presenters to discuss the question. Okay, so we moving forward to the second invited speaker is Timothy E. Scheffler. I will read his CV. The education is a PhD on the anthropology in Pennsylvania State University, 2008, and MA in anthropology, Pennsylvania State University in 1998, and BA on anthropology and earth science, University of California at Santa Cruz, 1993. And he also have conducted a lot of research and work experience, which is the principal archaeologist test ARC service. This is the Hawaii sole proprietorship state license contractor, private consulting for archaeological and environmental resource and management, 2019 until now. And archaeologist and field of science, geohazard consultant and international, 2009 and until 2018. And archaeological reviewer, state historic preservation division, Department of Land and Natural Resources in Hilo, Hawaii, 2012, and archaeological cultural resource monitor in several national parks in Hawaii, 2011 until 2013, and assistant Hawaii's island archaeologist, 2011, project archaeologist, 2003 until 2004, and he also a lecturer in the University of Hawaii at Hilo, Department of Anthropology and graduate program in Heritage and Management from 2007 and current. So we would like to hear your presentation, Professor Timothy. Please welcome to present your paper. Thank you. Oh yeah, of course. You can move forward to the podium.
Much. My wife is much smarter than me, and she can do everything without notes. I need a little bit of help, so I'm going to move over here. And I will also attempt to keep this shorter than was planned. Terima kasih banyak atas undangannya untuk berbicara. Itu adalah suatu kehormatan saya. Don't worry, I won't try to do the whole thing in Indonesian. I would just like to say, this one on? Yeah, okay. So I'm the son of two post-war immigrants from the UK and Germany. I received my BA at UC Santa Cruz. That was gone over by Professor Didi. Thank you very much. My doctorate in archaeology had to do with evaluating changes in the subsistence economy, so what people eat over the last 10,000 years or more, in this case in Honduras. And I've continued to pursue research in human ecology and environmental history since then, teaching at UH Hilo and working in the private sector, where you can make a little more money. The transition from foraging way of life to a settled agricultural one was accompanied by dramatic technological, social, and political changes. The things I learned about long-term cultural evolution are still relevant today, however. And these adaptations, in fact, are in some ways analogous to the disruptions that the internet and AI and other technological advances are driving today in many sectors of the economy. So before I begin, I just want to thank Tarumanagara University, Rector Irawan, for having me, and also the American Indonesian Exchange Foundation and Fulbright, who is supporting my wife Pamela's trip here, and who I wouldn't be here without. Next slide, please. This conference explores the intersection of culture, humanities, and business in order to navigate diversity, creatively, and innovatively. My presentation proceeds in two parts towards those ends. First, I hope to show what archaeology is to those who may be more familiar with the discipline in terms of Indiana Jones or Dora the Explorer. And second, I outline the practice of archaeology in the United States briefly, which in large part operates distinctly differently than from the institutions with which you may be more familiar. So in doing so, I hope to show how an anthropological perspective can benefit business practice, and perhaps argue, while I'm not completely convinced myself, that academics can also benefit from some capitalist models of thinking. Next slide. Archaeology is important as an alternative form of knowledge building. Archaeology deals not only with prehistory or prior to the written record, but also historical periods. Critically, it works from the material record, from those things people forgot or threw away. In fact, you may be surprised how much a person's trash can tell you about their behavior, attitudes, class, and status in society. As such, it serves as a check or a control on textual sources, which are usually written by the privileged, and as they say, the winners write the history books. Archaeology seeks to avoid this bias. It is a scientific form of truth-seeking. These truths inform our navigation of the present, they inform our appreciation of diversity, and they stimulate future creativity. Archaeology is both science and humanity. It uses inference and deduction and interpretation to bridge the gap between these two provinces. Any business leader, CEO, or marketing executive might also use some of these same methods as archaeologists, and they operate at several different levels of analysis to answer these questions. First are the facts. What form does the evidence take? Second are the interactions of those elements from which function is inferred. And third is the interpretation, the assessment of the phenomenon's meaning, and an understanding of the process which gave rise to it. Next slide, please. Perhaps you're familiar with Purnavarman and his kingdom of 1,570 years ago, This 4th to 5th century Raja is known to us through the archaeological record. The Chiarutiun stone is considered the earliest known Pallava or Sanskrit inscription in Java. It says, quote, King Purnavarman's foot soles were the same as God Vishnu's. Now, of course, this isn't literally true, but this is the form. We proceed from that to the function, and from there to the processes with which that involved. In combination with ancient Chinese textual sources of the 6th century Sui dynasty and the 7th century Tang dynasty, we can see quite a rich picture of trade, diplomacy, expansion, and political intrigue in this single rock from Bogor. The beginnings of history in Java are preserved in it long after the Sundanese oral traditions and local knowledge are mute on the subjects. Next slide, please. Archaeology can be used to promote human diversity. The unity of mankind is palpable to me as I gaze at the 700,000-year-old skull of Java man. I see an immigrant like myself. In the ruins of great Zimbabwe, I recognize the push and pulls of human political ambition and the will to power. The continental scale trade and exchange networks of the Hopewell culture and the mound builders of the United States Midwest were incredible political economic feats. And the once ignored culture and humanity of 19th century indentured slaves in Florida come back to life through archaeology. None of these are new human experiences. Next slide. History and archaeology can be misapplied and threatened by pseudo-archaeological or pseudoscientific applications, which can have the opposite effect. Knowledge is power, and power can be abused. This is nowhere more clearly demonstrated, perhaps, than in Nazi Germany's Third Reich in their misuse of archaeology as propaganda. The manipulation and selective emphasis of data to argue for an Aryan supremacy was, of course, unconscionable, and such perversion must be guarded against. Next slide. More positively, archaeology has been applied to the revitalization of landscapes and restoration of sustainable agricultural practices here in supporting the traditional ecological knowledge of indigenous people in Peru. Next slide. And of course, everywhere is familiar with the benefits of archaeological tourism. I had the privilege of visiting these two sites just in the last month on our visit here in Indonesia, and they're certainly quite impressive. Archaeological tourism supports local communities and commerce more generally, and in communities surrounding these major sites. Next slide. Archaeology is a comparative, historic, and diachronic approach to knowledge building that deepens our understanding of the human condition. So let me now turn this argument on its head. What might business have to offer archaeologists? Next slide. Most archaeology globally is practiced in Indonesia by state institutions, universities, and other large agencies building the research program. For example, the Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional and its regional branches of the Organisasi Riset Arkeologi Bahasa dan Sastra have a daunting task to protect and steward the wealth of archaeological and cultural resources found across the vast archipelagos of Indonesia, let alone promote new research into their ongoing meanings and interpretations. Next slide. In contrast, the United States takes a different, less centralized approach. So-called contract archaeology is less top-down and more bottom-up. Recognizing the need to record and document archaeological resources being lost at an increasing pace under conditions of rapid growth and development, several significant laws were enacted in the latter half of the 20th century to account for the federal government's inability and their bureaucracy's sluggishness to deal with that rapid development, something that is obviously also happening in Indonesia. Next slide, please. So these laws shifted responsibility for stewardship of archaeological sites to the states, and more so to the private sector. They created the state historic preservation offices in each state to oversee and regulate archaeological projects, and they mandate that archaeology be considered under specific circumstances. Triggers, for example, when a new resort is being built, or a new highway, or even a private residence that is in a sensitive area, now need to comply with historic preservation regulations to acquire their building permits. Next slide. Developers of a resort, for example, must comply with these laws, and in turn the laws have created a market for private archaeological firms, which has greatly expanded the number of archaeologists able to practice their trade. In theory, the process proceeds with the SHPO identifying identifying a concern or risk on a project-by-project basis. Every development, highway, land clearing, or new construction undergoes review for quote-unquote potential impacts and is either exempted or subject to the following procedure, whereby sites are inventoried, their significance is evaluated, the effects of that development determined, consultation and negotiations take place, and then mitigation to preserve or deal with those resources is undertaken. Next slide, 2 slides, please. There we go. So just as one example, this is a project that I completed a couple years ago. A private landowner wanted to build a driveway. That driveway happened to run directly through what is called the Kona Field System, a large agricultural complex important in Hawaii's prehistory, a system of agriculture central to the expansion of chiefdom societies, intensifying production in order to finance, through agriculture, wealth, their status, and the growth into what became one of the few pristine states in prehistory. These field systems continued to be used through the historic period by plantation Arab migrants and ethnic Chinese, Filipino, and Hawaiian groups as important components still of their collective identity and as people of the land. Next slide. So these are just a couple photos of the landscape. You can see some terraces, some walls, some platforms, fairly mundane archaeological features. Next slide. The state mandates that those features be mapped in some detail, identified, and their significance evaluated. In other words, at least, at the very minimum, their age and function determined in order to decide whether or not they're worth preservation or data recovery or some such treatment. In this case, next slide, they were excavated, which was an agreed upon method to allow the driveway to be constructed. And this is just a picture of some of the artifacts recovered from both prehistoric and historic contexts on this project. Next slide. The eventual construction and monitoring of that development actually enabled some further research and archaeological hypothesis testing having to do with subsurface potentials that otherwise would be very difficult and expensive to carry out without the heavy machinery that was supplied by the construction company. Next slide. So the market-based approach to doing archaeology in the United States is a double-edged solution. There are both pros and cons to dealing with public resources in this private manner. I think I'll just highlight a couple, in the minute or two I have left, highlight a couple of the pros. For one, this shifts the cost of archaeology, not to the universities or the public taxpayers, but on the developers themselves, who have to pay in order to get their projects finished. And it also identifies threatened resources on a vastly larger scale than any single university or public institution like Bryn could ever manage to carry out on its own. On the con side, this approach sort of very literally capitalizes or commodifies historic resources in a way which can often seem somewhat vulgar and defers in many cases to private property rights, which perhaps if you've been to America are familiar how important those are to the public. It creates some conflicts of interest in which the developer wants to get the cheapest archaeologists they can. And the archaeologists are pressured to bid the lowest they can in order to do the job. So maintaining the quality of archaeology is one of the biggest challenges in this format. It also creates a vast gray literature which is difficult to disseminate and publish and share between archaeologists, and a standardization which on the one hand is good in that mode of sharing, but on the other limits some of the creative ways of approaching scientific problems and new hypotheses or questions. Next slide. So I have a passion for the past and a fascination with understanding foreign cultures, past and present. An appreciation for diversity is key to sustainability. There's no single solution to any or to most challenges facing business or the globe today, whether that be in areas of energy conservation, food independence, waste management, water quality, or public health and welfare. Business orientations, capitalism that is, can unleash many economic potentials, but it does come with some risks. We can learn from archaeological case studies. In the case of the rise and fall of kingdoms and states, the most successful and stable were ones composed of multiple ethnic and religious groups that cooperated with one another and had a tolerance for one another. This resulted in a synergy or a syncretism sometimes that fosters emergent properties in the system that no single group or individual could ever have stumbled upon alone. Modern Indonesia, in my limited experience, seems a perfect example of this mixture of cultures, of this trust between cultures. I hope that the past will not be forgotten and that its continued appreciation will contribute to a bright future for everyone. I think archaeology in the United States has benefited from the application of business models to its practice, and that business thinking could in turn benefit from comparative, holistic, and diachronic models employed in archaeological theory. Focusing on multiple levels of analysis on form, function, and process, business can sustain itself strategically for an uncertain future and foster the kind of diversity that will stimulate creative innovation at local and global scale. In a way, what I'm saying is reiterating what Professor Yunus said at the beginning of our session today, that these cultural potentials are there to be exploited by business and supporting business and growth in a smart manner. Next slide. So these are not novel ideas. The cyclical rise and fall of civilizations was considered by the 14th century Muslim scholar Ibn Khaldun in his master work, Muqaddimah. He also advocated for an appreciation of the other, for the foreign cultures, and for the past. He argued that this would lead to further state glory. He said, quote, "The past resembles the future more than one drop of water another." Next slide. Saya akan mengatakan lagi terima kasih kepada Tarumanagara Universitas, Rektor Irawan, ke Fulbright Foundation dan Amanef dan Jakarta Tirta Ninja for inviting my wife and letting us stay in his beautiful Bali island. And share my thoughts with all of you today on the intersection of archaeology and business philosophies. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much for the very interesting topic here, archaeology. I was remember when I was a kid, I saw the movie Indiana Jones. Okay, so we move forward to the question and answer. There is a few questions that already dropped in the chat box. So there is a question for Professor Aklan. Professor Aklan is still at the Zoom, right?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so it's very nice to meet you. So the first question is from Dr. Ninawati. The question was the Korean Wave is an industry supported by the state. Can this case be applied to the other countries? And or it is only Korea that emerged from 1998 financial crisis? How about the strong culture in the Korean society that influence the content in film, drama, music, fashion, and so on? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that question. First, on the question whether other countries like Indonesia can apply the same, or how we can apply, right, the model of, say, Korea. Policy making, as I discussed earlier, is one way to strengthen our way of developing or moving forward to how we can improve our cultural side of the sector on cultural creativity. So because we talked about cultural creativity, it has to be supported by policy making. So if governments, just like Thailand and Korea, will be strengthening the policies to support artists and creators of business in terms of arts, then we can be successful the way Thailand has done it. And also in relation to the United Nations goal for the sustainable development goals, so governments are supported actually. So, and I've read somewhere that Indonesia is geared towards that, and it has been improving its tourism, particularly related to culture. So that is cultural creativity. And the gastronomy aspect of Indonesia is quite strong. And in fact, even here in the Philippines, when you say Indonesian food, yeah, it's famous, especially in our area here. So there is a big possibility for Indonesia to keep growing and growing in terms of culture-based business or a way to improve the economy in terms of preserving, not just preserving, but keep on innovating some things or some areas in the tourism. Especially the diversity in Indonesia is quite rich. It's really, really rich in culture. So it can also be like another Thailand, listed in the top of the performers in cultural-based economy. So if Thailand and Korea can, why can't Indonesia, right? And why can't also the other ASEAN countries? So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. Okay, so the second one, I think for the Professor Tavio. Professor Tavio is still here, right? Professor Tavio? Yeah. Can you hear me, Professor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Just unmute.
yeah. So actually, there is one question for Professor Tavio. It's come from me, actually. I just curious with the earthquake, Professor. Since I was living in Taiwan for more than 4 years, so
Yeah.
my apartment often struck by the earthquake. So, and I saw there, not many people panic except me, because at the first time that I'm new, come to Taiwan, and then there's an earthquake, and then we all panic. So my question is, as I know, in Taiwan there is mostly the building is earthquake proof, Professor. So maybe with your knowledge, do you think that they use some kind of advanced technological compared to the Indonesia? That's my curious. Thank you, Professor.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the questions. Actually, you are not a structural engineer, right? Your
No,
work
I'm a
is.
mechanical engineer.
I see. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the questions and curiosity. And as you know that the earthquake, you cannot predict it accurately. What's the intensity? How big is the earthquake that's going to strike your buildings? We cannot make sure that the future earthquake. So what the geologists have been doing so far is they have collected all the data from the histories of the earthquake, and then they analyze it and they use the probabilistic hazard theory to solve the problem to find the extreme earthquake, which can be used in statistics to be the earthquake load for our buildings. That's we assume as a maximum earthquake that highly possible to strike your building in the future. So there is no, it's a far from safe actually. We cannot do anything when the earthquake in the future is much, the intensity is much higher than the earthquake that we already experienced before. This is what I just want to make clear, that there is no guarantee actually, 100%. We still at risk. Of course that we equip ourselves with the safety equipment, everything, including the buildings. Like in your car, you have the safety belt, you have the airbag, SRS airbag, and everything. It doesn't guarantee you that you have an accident, bad accident on highway, accident with the other vehicles, you can survive. But it helps you to improve the possibility for you to be escaped from the severe damage or something that can bring you the loss of life, including the building. So like our building right now, there are a few concepts right now. The one that I mentioned to you is very cheap. Actually, what we have been doing and governed by the building codes, that we only try to make the building can dissipate the energy of the earthquake, because the size of the earthquake that we're going to strike to our building, we never know. So we try to dissipate, we only resist part of the force, and the other part we try to dissipate it. Of course, if the earthquake is under we have the earthquake map, we call it the earthquake map. So if we follow that map, the intensity, I suppose the building is safe. You should not run. The concept is different, you know. When you have high-rise building, we don't ask you to run as fast as possible through the stairs. If you, let's say your building is a very high-rise building, like 50-story building, we don't ask you to run, because earthquake less than 2 minutes. The maximum, like a Kobe earthquake, is 1 minute and 40 seconds. It's already can make your buildings collapse. But we ask you to stay in the building. Try to find a safe place in the building, like the triangle corner of the building or under the strong table. You better save there. So if the building collapses, what happens? Meaning that the design is not right. So normally people don't ask for safety. Normally people ask for leisure, for some things like, how to say this, leisure. You stay, the building is good, the room is good, but you never ask if the building, if the earthquake strike your building, will it survive? You never ask before you buy, even your apartment. So in Indonesia also the same thing. In Taiwan also the same thing. The government, of course in Taiwan is probably the rule is better than in Indonesia, the regulations for the building. I believe that your building has been designed under the seismic considerations also. So you better stay in the building until the earthquake then you can escape from the building or evacuate from the building. You don't have to run from 50-story to first story, because you cannot reach there within less than 2 minutes, right? So unless that you jump from the window. If you jump out from the window, then also make sure that you make sure that you can reach the ground, but I do not know the condition. But you better stay in the building, try to find a safe place until the earthquake's over. Because if the earthquake is larger than what we have been learned so far, what happened? We cannot do anything. Means that the God doesn't love you anymore. So that's a punishment for the human, I think. So we trust that the expert try to use the statistic, learn from the history of the earthquake. That's what we can do. Human can only do that. We cannot predict for the future earthquake. Like, probably the future earthquake is larger than the previous one, the intensity, like how many times? 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. We cannot catch them. So we just stop with the history, the statistic data, then we try to analyze the statistic data and come up with the earthquake load. I think that's what I try to explain to you, that you are safe in that building if the earthquake is up to the intensity that has been defined in the earthquake map. Indonesia also has the same like that, is that we already served the earthquake map, and most of the designer to design the building follow the earthquake load from this earthquake map.
Okay. Thank you very much for the answer, Professor. I was also staying at my apartment while the earthquake struck, and then I just enjoying the earthquake.
Yeah, I believe that you don't have to run to the first floor. I think that you can reach the first floor. Yes.
Okay. Now for the next question is for Dr. Pamela. So the question was from Dr. Choki. What do you think about the carbon trading? Should developing countries have the right to develop even if it contributes to the global warming?
Ouch. That's a hard question. I think carbon trading, I think there are some good aspects about carbon trading. I think there are flaws in it that allow very large corporations to take advantage of situations, and it often puts developing nations on the losing side of the equation. I would like to say that I think that countries like Indonesia should have the right to produce as much carbon as they need to bring their economies up to scale, except that I don't think we're in a position where we have that kind of time or freedom. And I understand the requests to allow developing nations to use carbon to bring the standards of living up. But I also think that countries like Indonesia have so much strength in their numbers, in the minds of the people here. I truly believe that we have solutions that are not carbon-based, that there are ways to bring economies forward, to raise standards of living, and if you can be the country that figures out how to do it, that does that without increasing carbon dioxide or methane production in the atmosphere, you not only will be giving the advantages now to your country, but you'll have others following you, because that's where we all need to go. So that's my hope.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. And I think there is one more question for Dr. Pamela. This come from one of my students actually, Niluh Putu. She's from Bali actually. Yeah. So, aloha. I would like to inquire out of my comparison if the COP26 will actually change the view and perspective on the climate change, and also if in a world of geological engineering would like a significant change in the following future.
That's a great question. Thank you, Indonesia, for hosting and for bringing so much of that knowledge, for being the basis for bringing that conference forward. It was of the COPDs. It's been the most depressing and worrisome of all of them yet, and I really hope that when people hear predictions that are that dire, that it does create the need, the feeling for need in world leaders, because this is not a problem that can be solved by individuals. It's not a problem that can be solved by individual nations. It needs to be a collective action. And I forgot the second part of the question.
Wait. Yeah, the geoengineering.
Geoengineering. As an ecologist, I always worry about solutions like geoengineering. The hubris of humankind to think that we can account for all of the variables in a system that we really don't understand yet. And so a lot of the geoengineering ideas sound amazing, but we don't know the implications of them yet. And so my concern with geoengineering is that if we do something that has larger negative impacts, it may help with the climate, current problems with climate, but it may cause future ones. And we have non-geoengineering solutions that are here at hand if we have the desire to get to them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the answer. And also the last question is for Dr. Timothy. Is also from Nilu, one of my students. Okay, the question is, how can the Weimar Republic back in the 30s could change the world aspect towards knowledge, history, and political awareness?
I think it's less a question of them changing that knowledge than manipulating and colluding between interests, which is some of the worry I have with capitalism being employed to produce a lot of the archaeology that's done. In Germany in the 30s, 40s, it was a fascist state, and the industries were one and the same with the government. And so there was a snowballing of intent that was not controlled by a democratic process, which I hope is in place in other places, and that maybe will take hold again more strongly in those powerful places that we see today. I want to avoid becoming too political. I was warned not to say anything political, but it's very difficult to deal with any cultural issue without talking also about power and the role of states and those states' ambitions. I have German ancestry. My grandfather was killed in the Crimea, where they're fighting today again. And so it's something personal to me, and one of the reasons I think that I am an anthropologist and believe so strongly in cultural relativism, and that I do what I do, because I want to promote the diversity of opinion that I believe is the only way forward. So I don't have a good answer for you in terms of how that happened or why that happened. History is contingent on so many different factors, and as they say, it repeats itself, but not exactly. It usually rhymes. So I think countries like Indonesia and Western countries that are embracing and even China in certain forms embracing democratic principles on certain levels and listening to the people to serve their interests, but also use that history to promote a national pride at a certain level is okay and useful, as long as it doesn't become out of control and unleashed from some of the constraints which are necessary ultimately.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. So I think okay, the time is up. Okay, so we are at the end of the session. So thank you so much for all the participants that come along here in the on-site or also in the Zoom meeting. So we hope that this conference could fulfill your curiosity and also give you insight in the terms of your research. Thank you so much, and the floor I give back to Ms. Paula as our MC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Didi. Okay, give a big applause for our speakers and our moderator. But now we would like to say thank you and please receive our appreciation. First of all, for the Professor Eunice Miguel Aklan from University of Philippines. This is our digital certificate for you. Yeah, thank you. See you next time. See you in another occasion. And for the next, Professor Tafio, STMT PhD. This is our appreciation for you. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Tafio. Have a great day. And Timothy Issever, PhD from University of Hawaii, and Dr. Pamela Sever from University of Hawaii. We would like to give an appreciation. Our rector would give the appreciation to you. Please come in the center of the stage. And also to our moderator, Pak Didi. Would you please, Pak Yap Chibeng, would you mind to accompany, and also Dr. Miharni? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and sharing today. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session has been finished already. Now is the time for lunch break, but we still have another session. It's a parallel session. Please stay with us and join 15 minutes before starting. And please keep in a Zoom connection, staying in a Zoom connection during the lunch break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining this conference. We would like to say thank you again and again to you all. And we would like to say goodbye. And we are waiting for you in a parallel session. Thank you very much. Good day and Stay healthy and stay safe. Bye.
gunting.
Heeh.
Pak Arif. Wis nggak bisa. Harus pakai gunting itu. Saya bapak-bapak. Mas Agus. Gunting kan? Gunting atau kantor atau apapun. Atau korek api. Enggak rokok saya. Apapun yang dapat potong. Saya ini sama ibu saya. Saya ini Mas Agus. Ya. Bukan jangan periksa di ruangan. Sudah ditunggu Pak Yohanes. Makanya apa namanya karena Gusti Allah hadir. Kayak aku tiba-tiba renyap di dalam gerak pipa. Karena dia waktu mungkin itu hitungan menit tadi. Waktu saya simpan draft ini sudah simpan, sudah save. Karena sistemnya baru drop. Makanya ketika saya mau edit, nggak ada. Terus saya kan masih mikir, nggak ada. Terus aku nanya sama Pak Fen, ya kalau kita di sini, oh iya, oh nggak ada. Oh saya nggak ada. Benar nggak ada. Benar tadi di sini kan. Nggak ada Pak. Kok bisa? Karena tanya saya Pak, aku juga bingung. Misal ada Bu Titin tadi kan. Bilang, oh mesti gini. Kita kan nggak tahu ketika dia drop atau tidak drop siapa yang ngecek kan?
Bisa kata orang lagi sesuainya aja ya kan?
Itu makanya. Ya udah jadi kayaknya itu warning ya Gusti Allah. Udahlah gitu ya.
Kita ambil phone.
Iya, kalau stres Bu, berarti macam.
Iya.
Aduh, geli aku sama Pak Fari kemarin udah duduk manis loh Bu berdua sama Bu Siwi. Ibu misi baru kemarin itu. Enggak, waktu sebelum tanggal 9 bahkan masih pendampingan itu. Masalah Pak Tancep tahu nggak? Ibu api itu nontonnya. Bu mau sekalian bawa, mau potongin nggak Bu? Pasang Pak. Aduh, aja.
hadir. Oh ya, boleh, boleh. Saya di mana? Terima kasih teman-teman.
Recording stopped.
Kilau sinar di pagi hari menyambut jiwa yang penuh ambisi, memulai langkah yang baru di masa depan yang cerah di nanti. Aku mulai dengan langkah yang pasti, menatap cahaya sang matahari, denyut-denyut nadi yang tak pernah berhenti. Mungkin aku lelah, mungkin lagi asing, namun ku tahu bumi ini akan selalu bergerak, dan gunung akan selalu menggelegar. Semangatku akan terus menunggu, bagaikan pasukan yang sedang menyeru. Merah menyala dalam kalbu untuk meraih mimpiku.
Aku mengerti perjalanan hidup yang kini kau lalui. Ku berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang menaklukkan hari-harimu yang paling Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis mana bahwa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka, hingga kau bahagia. Untuk temanimu yang terluka, hingga kau bahagia. Lembaran foto hitam putih, aku coba